Right on. Sorry, it took me forever to figure out how to start a scheduled live stream instead of just starting a live stream on the spot. So we got it. We are live. That is awesome. All right. Not the best camera in the world, but here we are. As you can see, I tarped off my log in the yard so it wouldn't get wet with morning dew. So it's going to take me a few minutes to untarp all this. And then I did a little bit of the yard too, just to have a little bit of dry grass, but I didn't have enough tarps to do the full yard. Gotta get my gloves on. Alrighty. I'm glad I covered this stuff up because some of this is actually frosted over and iced up. All right. I'm going to be covering this because the kiddo's coming out. And yeah, cold morning. It's like upper 30s degree Fahrenheit, maybe low 40s. Today it's going to reach the low to mid 50s. One moment. home today, okay? But I'm gonna be in the front yard, okay? Working on stuff. Very cool. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Woo, I got it. I All right. Sorry, had to make sure the kiddos were safe in the house. We are back. All right. I'm gonna start log flipping once I get this sign hung up. Brisk morning. Wow. Yeehaw. We flipping. Tell you what. Wish I had the weather we had Saturday. It was like in the mid 70s and sunny Saturday. Got like a 20-degree difference in less than 48 hours. So that's fun. Running a bit behind schedule. All right. Gonna have to make up for it. One last post. We're gonna get to flipping. All right. Time to get this show going. First flip of the morning. Didn't get started until 7:16 a.m. Eastern time. Woohoo! First 20 down. I'm gonna do my tally. $20 down. The sun's coming up. So I'm gonna take this time to unpack a little bit. All the grass and leaves and stuff are falling in my hair. Might have to change over to a hat or something. But yeah, already winded. This is gonna be crazy. Got like 32 more sets of those to go. 604 flips is the goal for today to equate to 1 mile by the length of this log, which is 8'9". So that equates to about 603 point something flips. So I'm rounding up to 604 flips. So yeah, 20 down. My hope and goal is to do sets of 20. So I think it's like 32 or 33 sets of 20 to get there. And I'm going to take a little bit of rest between each set. So 1 set down, heart's already pounding. So it's going to be an interesting day for sure. Feel free to throw some stuff in the chat. I'm going to do something maybe to elevate this computer a little bit more too. Got something to elevate a little better than this box. So bear with me. This is my first real live stream event, and we're a little shaky to start. But we're gonna make this better throughout the day. Got the whole day ahead of us. All right. That's better for elevation. Alrighty. Here we go. Right on. Excuse me. All right. Like I said, I fell a little bit behind there and set up and trying to figure out how to get my YouTube live stream to go. So I'm going to go ahead and start on this second set a little earlier and then start unpacking some of my stuff for the day after this set is 20. All right. Keep stopping. I think my glove is turning it off. So we're switching hands real quick. Here. Second set down. Now I'm going to take some time to unpack and set up a few other things. All right. Got first aid kit set up. Get some chargers set up, maybe for later in the day. Got Bluetooth speaker on the standby, earbuds on standby. I got like two of the same kind of cord here. Set up my water, set up my chair, did my tally. Got a few recovery things over there like biofreeze, capstick, of course. I have some other stuff. We got change of socks and whatnot for later in the day. I can always change shoes too. Fortunately, I'm at my house. I can always run in, change the entire wardrobe, go to the restroom. Later, I'll be taking a little bit of lunch, of course. I do have some like snacks, like quick grab snacks and energy gummies and things like that for out here. Tissues, because it's flipping cold right now. My nose is always running. And then some recovery stuff. I have BFR straps. I have some light stretch bands. And I have a massage gun. I could always run in and get a foam roller or a yoga mat and stuff too if I wanted to get real fancy, but we'll see. All right. We're catching up a little bit. I'm taking shorter breaks here in the beginning while I have the energy. And because I started like 17 minutes late, just trying to figure out how to turn on the live stream and set everything up. So now we're playing a little bit of catch up, but it's cool. So I'm gonna put on some tunes in my ears because it's still kind of early. People might still be asleep. Um, the the toddler hasn't went to her preschool yet, so I don't want to be too loud out here with the speaker. So I'm gonna start the day in my earbuds, but probably play some stuff later out loud on the Bluetooth speaker. Make it slightly more interesting for passersby and myself, and maybe you all that decide to chime in and listen. I don't blame you for not watching this all day because it's definitely monotonous, but I appreciate everybody that drops in to give me a quick hello or a thumbs up or encouragement or just to make sure I'm okay out here. So, yeah. All right, let's put on some stuff. I gotta get going. Let's see. Ooh. And just for those curious, I'm starting my days listening with Insima's one of his videos he released 9 days ago on his Flow Matrix and Insima channel, the Health and Truth in My Blood work. So yeah, that's where we're starting. All right. So yeah. Here we go, Insima. Shout out to you, man. Let's flip a log. Third set of 20 down. Man, I already got out of breath. It's going to be a long day. Hey, 5 a.m. squat club. Love it. Good morning, Valerie in chat. 604 clean and jerks. Let's go. Oh, heck. Tell you what, that'd be a dream. Pace it. Right. I have 10-minute breaks built in to each set of 10, but I started like 17 minutes late. So my first few sets here, I've been taking a bit shorter breaks. But if I do sets of 20, I should have a 10-ish minute break between each set of 20. And I'll be doing 32, 33 sets of 20, I think, to get right in goal there. So we just trying to stay on pace. So I gotta go do my tally sheet. Can't really see it from here with my crappy camera, but I gotta do my third set of 20 on my tally sheets. So I'm probably going to do another 5-minute rester here on this 20-minute set. And then after that, I think I'll be on pace with where I can be and I can take a little bit longer break. So yeah, I don't want to cool down too much in between, especially since it's a brisk day. Good point. Thank you. Thank you all. 5 a.m. squat club. Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra. Said good luck. I appreciate it. I appreciate the encouragement. Yeah, so we're going to pace it. I got my breaks built in. I just started a little behind. So I'm going to take about 5 minutes here. Probably won't be interesting to watch, but we'll do that. Get our 5-minute break in and then do one more set. And I should be on pace then with my 10-minute rests in between each set of 20, just because I started a little late. But yeah, it's a brisk morning. Like 40s, low 40s here right now, I think. Supposed to get to the low to mid 50s today, but you can see my breath and stuff. So yeah. The grass is frosty and wet. The log's wet now. I got grass falling in my hair. It's gonna be a fun day. Hey, Lizzie. Hey, Ashley. Thank you all. I appreciate it. That's gonna make me happy in between seeing people chime in. So thank you all so much for that. Thank you. Thank you. Pace it. Good luck. All right. Just check in on me periodically throughout the day. You know, if Ashley's gone to pick up lunch or get the kiddos, make sure I'm here, that I'm with it. All right. I appreciate you all. Take a couple more minutes here. Heart rate already feels like it's back down. We're gonna do another set of 20. And for those of you that chimed in late, I got my tally sheet over there. You can't really see it, but I'm keeping a tally sheet in case I can't get a full set of 20. And so I don't have to keep too much math in my head of where I'm at. So yeah. Doing this all day, fun. Yeah, yeah. Hey, how's it going? More 5 a.m. squat club people. Love it. I'm doing this for 7.5-ish hours is the goal. The goal is to get it done before the kiddos get home from school. So 604 flips. It equates to a mile based on the length of this log, 8 foot 9 inch. 604 flips in about 7.5-ish hours. So yeah, we'll be hanging out here for the day. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. 20 more flips. Let's get it going. Four more. First set of 20 down. Right on. Thank you. Telling others you should do this. Love it. Love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am now on pace for my 10-minute breaks. So it'll get kind of boring and monotonous in here. I do not expect everybody to stay tuned in, but checking on me periodically throughout the day and throwing the comments in there. Awesome. Flip, flip, flip. Thank you, Lizzie. I appreciate it. Thank you. Heart to that. 100. All right. I am going to do my tally board again before I forget. And I need to post that I'm live. Good for me, like almost an hour in and just remembering to post on my social media that I'm live. So that's cool. I guess I didn't miss much though. Right on. All right. Let's go do my tallies. I know I'm going to forget this at some point throughout the day, and I'm just hoping that means I end up over instead of under. All right. The next set will be 100. I'm feeling pretty pumped. Yeah. Oh, where did I get the log? Um, so my dad, or my parents rather, they have 4 acres of land. And over half of that is probably wooded. So my dad went and cleared a bunch of that wood out. And I was there with him for a little bit helping out one day. So we cut down a bunch of cedar trees. And I said, hey, I want a couple of red cedar logs. Um, and my wife was like, no, you're not bringing those home. And I was like, yes, yes, I am. And then she was like, what are you going to do with these? And I was like, I'll tell you what, we'll flip them for a mile. That's what I'm going to do with them. So yeah, that's what I'm doing with them. The kids have also used them and chalked them up, and then when it rains, the chalk washes off, and they can re-chalk them. They use them as a balance beam and walk across them back and forth in the yard, as have I. After I do yard work, sometimes I do a few flips with them, but never have I done hundreds of flips with them or flipped them for a mile. So I actually have a backup B log. I'm calling it my B log, my backup log, in case this one splits that I can bring out, but it's shorter and heavier, so I'd rather not. So I'm hoping this log lasts for 604 flips. But yeah, this just came from my parents' house. So a bunch of the woods that we cleared up. Um, and cool thing about cedar is that it never rots. So it can stay outside. Super cool wood. Yeah. All right, let's do another set of 20. I'm feeling good. Heart rate's down. I chapsticked, super important. Chapstick and water, probably my two most important things. But after this set, I'll already be at 100. It's pretty cool. Like a sixth of the way down, yeah? All right, let's try. Let's go. Rolling. 100. 5 sets of 20. Nice. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So again, got the log from my parents' house when they cleared out some wood behind their house, and I took a couple cedar logs home with me. And then yeah, I had this wild idea for my misogi this year to flip one of those said logs over and over again for a mile. So that was my 5th set. That's 100 flips, all within the first 50 minutes. And I started 17 minutes late. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. But I know when fatigue sets in, it's going to be real. So 5th set of 20, 100 flips in. Right on. A local farm or a marketplace. Get those cedar logs, flip them. All right, so am I counting right? I've been putting all my sets in here. I didn't skip any sets, did I? It's still a little early for the brain. 1 set down, 2 set down, 3 set down, 4 set down, 5th set down. Okay, throwing it in here is also helpful. So, hey, hey, Riz, what's up? Yes, 100 flips in. Right on. I'm just happy I figured out my YouTube live. So that's a thing. I have about, I don't know, 6 more minutes of rest here. I just did a set of 20. So in 6 or 7, we'll do another set of 20. I'm trying to pace myself. So appreciate you being on here, Riss, from the Stronger Human community, and several members from the 5 a.m. Squat Club, and my wife and my friend. I appreciate all of you all being on here. Thank you so much. And again, it's monotonous. I don't have any music going yet. Hopefully later when it's a little later in the day. So I do not expect people to hang in here on this, but I appreciate you all being on, and just pop in periodically throughout the day. Make sure I'm okay. Throw up a word of encouragement. I greatly appreciate it. So thank you all so much. I'm going to get me a swig of water and check my heart rate and see where we're at for this 6th set of 20 here. It's kind of hard to say. I think I'm getting warmed up enough to go into just long sleeves and not the jacket. So that's cool. All right. I'm feeling a little antsy. I might get into my sixth set here a little early. I need to pace, yeah. I feel like if I can get more in early, then when I'm fatigued, I can have more rest later. That's kind of my thought process. Maybe that's backwards. I don't know. But yeah, if you all have any questions about anything, throw it in the chat. Somebody asked about the log earlier. I explained how I got it from my parents' house when they were clearing out some of the woods because they own a few acres. I got my tally sheet down there where I'm keeping a tally for 604, but throwing my set numbers in here is really helpful too. So I appreciate that. Smart with the pacing. Yeah. And a lot of the 5 a.m. squat club and everything threw that out there for me too in the beginning. And they're right. And I did do, well, my wife did the math for me that if I did the 20 sets and I based it on 7.5-ish hours and I rounded up how long it took me to flip the log for a set of 20 based on my math when I did a set of 10, I had 10-ish minutes of rest, but I started 17 minutes late. So I've been doing a little bit shorter rest here the first hour, but I believe I'm back on pace. I've also been checking my heart rate on my Garmin. Right now it says 108. My heart rate, my resting heart rate's like 49. So maybe that is high. Maybe I'll give it a moment more. I brought my chair out here for sitting, but I'm thinking more of either sitting on the log all day or putting my 75-pound stone out in the yard and sitting on a stone all day and just being like real rustic with it. I don't know. But down to 102. I don't know. We're going to try for another set of 20. If I can't do a full set, that's what I got the tally sheet for, right? So let's go. Smile, be happy. All right, 20 more. I did the tallies first this time. Thank you for that. Strong work, strong form, another 20 down. Thanks, Riss. I hope I'm saying that right, Riss. Is that right? That's what I've assumed. Let me know if I'm wrong. Yeah, another 20 down. So 120 in. Throw that in the chat for myself. And I blocked off 100 tallies on my sheet that you probably can't see. So I know like what block of tallies is 100 and wrote 100 in the corner. So I'll probably do that for the 6 sets of 100. And it's kind of useful that it takes exactly 4 flips to get from one corner of my yard to the other. And I'm doing sets of 20. And then I know if I start down there on the next set, I'm going to end down here. And if I start up here by the computer, I know on the next set, I'm going to end down there. So that also kind of helps me with my counting, especially when I start listening more to music or podcasts, but still trying to count at the same time. If I know I did 2 passes, and I'm ending on the opposing side, that'll help. So again, if you have any questions about the gear I'm using, about the log, where I got the log, it's 85 pounds dry. It did lay out in the morning dew and frost this morning, so maybe a little bit heavier in the morning from that. Hopefully, as the sun gets over to this side of the house, it'll be a little more dry and a little bit lighter. That'd be helpful. The grass is wet. I mowed a few days ago. Maybe that wasn't smart because every time I flip, I have grass and leaves falling in my hair. They're just falling out of my hair. I don't know if you can see that with my crappy camera, but I probably should have wore a hat. So, good stuff. Oh, thank you for that. Sending all my energy to you. I'll be leaving the stream on and checking back in the morning. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I can't imagine staying up that late. With 4 children, 6 and under, I hardly ever see it past 9 o'clock. So sleep well. And thank you for that. Appreciate you. All right. Cheers to that. I wish I could actually like people's comments, but it doesn't seem like I can. I don't know. I can throw hearts up. That's meant to be for your all's comments, not for myself. I don't know what else to do there. But thanks. All right. Cool beans. So I'm on pace. I actually think I might be above pace. I don't know. I might have to get my wife for that one. What's happening here? Hold on one second. It does not appear that my computer is charging and it's about to die. Cool. Why is this happening? Okay, hold on one second. Now it's charging. Wow. It said 1 minute till battery was dead. That was cool. I plugged my phone into my computer into the charger and then the charger into the extension cord, and I didn't plug the extension cord into the wall. But I'm glad that I noticed that blinking and not charging. Thanks to reading everyone's kind comments. Thank you, Riss. Good night. Sleep. Hope you have a solid sleep. Thank you. And yeah, if it wasn't for your all's comments, I might not have noticed that blinking and charged it, plugged it in, actually plugged it into the wall before it died. So thank you. No interruptions to the live stream. Cool. We've been going for almost 58 minutes, 120 flips in. I'd probably have to get my wife out here to check my math, my basic math, to make sure I'm on par. But again, 7.5-ish hours, 604 flips, trying to do sets of 20. How many sets of 20? It's like 82, 83, something like that an hour. Yeah, I think that was right. My journal has my log math in it, so I should be above pace. Again, log's 8 foot 9 inches, 85 pounds dry, so maybe a hair more in the morning here with the frost and morning dew. Sun's finally coming up. I can still see my breath, but it's probably not in the upper 30 degrees Fahrenheit anymore. And we're 120 flips in. We're now 58 and a half minutes in. That's with starting 17 minutes late. I didn't start until 7:17, 7:18, something like that, because I couldn't figure out how to make my scheduled live stream go. This is my first true live stream event. I did one on the spot a few days ago, like where I just hit go live and went instantly, but this is the first time I've like scheduled one, and that was just a test for a few minutes. This is like my first event. Heart rate still says it's at 102. I'd really love to get into that 70. Oh, now it says 98. Between 97 and 100, my Garmin says. If I can stay in that zone 2, just spike up a little bit at the end of my sets, but come back down quickly, that'd be ideal. So that's what we'll go for. All right, I think I'm going to get another set of 20 in. And then on my next break of 10 minutes or less, because it's been less so far, probably going to do a quick restroom break and grab me some caffeine, because I am a caffeine fiend, and I purposefully skipped my coffee this morning so I could enjoy it, some kind of caffeine, a little later in the day. So yeah, the gloves I'm using are Spartan OCR gloves, Franklin OCR Multi 1.0, the Spartan OCR obstacle course race gloves. I personally do not like these for obstacle course racing, and I use bare hands, but I handled this log for like 3 flips the other day and instantly got a splinter, and I still have a sore spot on my palm from it. So I was like, gloves are probably a good idea for this. So gloves are at Spartan. Spartan OCR multi-purpose gloves 1.0. All right, 20 more flips, and we're going to take a little break where I'm going to run in for a second and get that caffeine I talked about. We smiling. We're being happy. I'll be happy. 140 in. That's more for me than anyone else. Again, mowed a couple days ago, so every time I flip this, grass, leaves, magnolia bloom, debris is like falling in my hair. So doing a braid, an hour and a half for this was probably silly. But I'm gonna run in real quick and go to the restroom and get some caffeine and be right back out. Will not be gone long. Squeeze my babies. Get rid of all my tissue trash. Right on. All right. Hopefully it's not too windy and stuff. All right. I will be right back. All right. I just did 20 more flips, 140 in. Live stream's been on for an hour and 5 minutes. I appreciate everybody that's been hanging in there. I appreciate the kind comments. I appreciate the likes. If you have any questions about gear, the log, the Misogi, yeah, I don't know, anything, throw it into the chat. And again, I appreciate the kind words and comments and likes. I will be right back. Is this too loud? Okay. All right. Sorry about that. But the fact that I had been out here for like over an hour is kind of impressive that I hadn't had to pee already. So now I'm back. Yeah, we're on pace. 140 in. So 140 in, you're going to be done in no time. Thank you. Shout out again to the Squat Club. Appreciate all of you all calling in. And then what is the Misogi challenge? Okay, cool. Sorry it took me a minute to get back. A Misogi, um, it's like an ancient practice. Originally, it's like a spiritual, like bathing and cleansing practice that would happen with in like the martial arts and like Zen. But in modern day, it's evolved into like a physical fitness challenge. It's supposed to be a challenge where it's something you haven't necessarily trained for, you haven't ever done before, and you are unsure of if you can complete the challenge or not. It's supposed to test your true grit and mental strength as well as physical strength and kind of take you to a spiritual place mentally. So, you know, it can be anything. It can be carrying something extremely heavy for a mile. 2 years ago, I did my first ever Misogi and it was the 12-hour walk. So I just put my ruck on my back and I hit the trails and I walked for 12 hours. I had never done anything like that before, and I was just getting into rucking. I was just getting into the fitness space, really. I've only been in it for like 5 years since well, 6 years since my girls have been born. Um, so it's supposed to be something where you're untrained for, and it's supposed to really test your grit and will, and you are unsure of if you can complete it or not. You have a 50-50 chance of passing or failing. Okay. And that's a Misogi. And you typically do them once a year or less, every once in a blue moon. It's supposed to be a really big mental and dopamine hit that sticks with you through the course of the year because you tested yourself so greatly, whether you passed or failed. You're so proud of yourself that it sticks with you. Kind of like when people go camping or do a big hike and it stays with you for a long time. Um, far after the hike or the big camping trip is done, a month later, you're still feeling it. So that's kind of what a Misogi is. So this log before today, I had never flipped any log, let alone this log, more than 16 times in a single day. 10 times was my usual. I would take this log and flip it 5 or 10 times in the backyard after doing yard work, or when I've done my obstacle course races, like earlier in this year, they require you to flip a log 10 times. So flipping it for a mile for 604 times with a time constraint of 7 hours, I didn't know if that was something that I could do. I know I'm still ahead of pace technically right now, but I still have a very long way to go. I'm not even halfway yet. So I still have a very good shot that, heaven forbid, something could happen. My shoulder's been acting crappy. My knee's been acting crappy. flips in. It rolled on my toe, so we'll see how that's going a couple hours from now. There must be a weird blip in the middle of this yard because every time I get to the middle of the yard, it wants to roll. So I've had to kind of dodge it with my feet. So as I get more fatigued, I may not dodge the log rolling onto my feet. Um, but yeah, that's the Misogi. I randomly picked this, but a Misogi can be anything. 2 years ago, like I said, I did a 12-hour walk. A lot of people will do something like carrying a really heavy implement for a mile or X amount of hours, or uh, maybe hiking an insanely difficult trail or doing an ultra marathon. Just something very difficult. Maybe you train up for it, but you haven't necessarily ever done it before. And again, you're unsure of if you can complete the task or not. You got a 50-50 shot. So that is my Misogi that I came up with myself this year because I got this log. And then I said, hey, what a cool thought. What a cool Misogi. So, yep, that's what we're doing. Oh, hey, my wife said my siblings are watching too, and they say hi. Hello. That's cool. I appreciate it. Yeah, 140 flips in, and we're moving right along here. Uh, five coach 5 a.m. 200 unbroken back squats sounds like a good Misogi for you. Yeah, and I mean, I guess it depends on the weight too. Like, if the weight is just the bar, maybe that's very feasible. But if the weight's like, I don't know, what's semi challenging for you, but like won't hurt you and is absolutely impossible. What's at that 50-50 weight where you might be able to do it, you might not be able to do it. And then that could be a good Misogi for you. And do you put a time constraint on it? When you're unbroken, are you saying it has to stay on your back, or could you be standing in the rack with it? Like, set up the stipulations for yourself. If you look in the description of this live video, I don't really know how to do that while I'm streaming. I have like the whole Misogi broken down and how it's been popularized into the fitness space in modern day for these challenges, and how it could be anything. If you just Google it, like Misogi ideas, some cool stuff comes up. But I will say I did not see log flipping, so I felt pretty proud and original on this one. I get the feeling when I summit Mount Washington, such an incredible hike. That's what I'm talking about. So if you picked something hard, like, a lot of people's Misogi might be Everest or some kind of mountainous equivalent. Like, can I make it? Right? That's right. Let's go. Hey, Double R. More Stronger Human Community people, 5 a.m. squat club, family, friends, appreciate it so much. So we're 140 in, and I'm about to do my next set. I'm ahead of where I need to be, so that's great, but I'm feeling good. So we're going to keep going. And if anything, if I'm broken down later, I'll have longer rest time later. So we'll go for that. So yeah, let's get that next set of 20 in and get to 160. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks so much. I know it's like probably getting later in the afternoon or evening where you're at, Double R. So I appreciate you calling in. Woo! See, there's that roll. Them toes. Hey, Double R, you can tell Nsima I said we're smiling, we're being happy. For that set of 20. Right on. Happy's the way to go. I'm off soon, but we'll check in later. Again, appreciate you. Thanks for calling in. I know there's a big time difference for a lot of you all. So I greatly appreciate that. I really do. Thanks so much. All right. So 120, 140. So that was 160. And I can always double check my tallies too. But this is helping me a little bit, not having to count the tallies and being able to look back in the chat forum and see where I'm at, like where I last put it, so I know where my next set is. Breaking into my first caffeine for the day. I refrained from coffee so I could have this a tidbit later in my morning. So Gorilla Mind, I don't know if any of you have had Gorilla Mind, but I love it. Not as high of caffeine as Bang or anything like that, but it has like that nootropic factor, and it's not as sour as a lot of energy drinks and not as high of caffeine like I said, but it has that nootropic factor and it's not as sour. So I really like Gorilla Mind. Who else does Gorilla Mind? Morning. Hi. Oh, cute. I love it. What's cool is we get a lot of pedestrian traffic through here. So I'm hoping later in the day when it's like really pretty and warmer and we have a lot of pedestrian traffic, I hope people stop and look at the sign. I know you can't see it, but it's my tally sheet. It says VMP's Misogi 2025. And then log flips for 1 mile equals 604 flips. And then I got my tally underneath. So I'm hoping people stop and ask about it and talk about it and are curious, because I just think that would be really cool. To get to talk to some people in my neighborhood and have that community and that connection. Good work. Thank you again to the squat club. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I have my BFR cuffs. I think after this next set of 20, I'm going to put on my, well, they're not cuffs, BFR straps. I think I'm going to put them on my legs to do a little bit of that blood flow restriction. And then when I let it go, it'll let blood rush into that area and help my knees. I also have these really weak knee sleeves. They're not wraps and they're not like professional lifting knee sleeves. They're like some cheap stretched out generic thing that I got off Amazon like 5 years ago. But I figured it was better than nothing until my knees got warmed up, because it's just so many flips, so many squats, and it's cold out here. I did a little bit of like stretching this morning, but I'm getting down in this like low squat every time, like this, to cradle and pick up that log is like a deep squat. So how did you come up with 600 reps? Good question. 604 reps. So what I did was I measured the log, which is 8 foot 9 inches, and then I equated, or whatever, 8 foot 9 inches, and then I equated that to whatever it is in just inches. I think it was like 105 inches, something like that. I have my log math posted in this full Misogi playlist on YouTube if you want to check it out. And I talk about all the log math in a short stream that I did, but I broke down the length of the log into inches. And then I said how many inches it's in a mile. And then I divided the miles worth of inches by the inches of the log, and it equated to 604 flips to equal a mile. And again, that was my wife helping me out with some of my basic log math. But essentially, the length of the log, taken out of a mile equates to 604 flips or reps, 604 reps. So, good question. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you all hanging out on here with me. Yeah, it's good stuff. So, when my heart rate is in the zone 2 and I feel good again, which my heart rate's actually come down faster. I just did 20 reps, but my heart rate's already 89. Earlier it was just hanging out at like 110. And I'm further in, so I'm surprised it came down so quickly. But yeah, we're gonna do this set of 20, and then we're gonna do the BFR straps on the legs to help with blood flow to the legs and to the knee, since my right knee and my right shoulder have been kind of quirky for the last like month or two. So, oh, I did think you said that. Interesting. Oh, you're good. Yeah, it's just the basic math. Length of the log, taken from the mile. The mile divided by the length of the log, 604 flips. And then the time constraint of 7 to 7.5-ish hours is just the time that the kiddos are in school. So while they're in school, I'm hoping to get this done by the time they get back from school so I can help out around the house with the kiddos. So, all right. I feel good. Heart rate is like 80 something. So let's do 20 more and then do the BFR cuffs. And if I end early, all the merrier. Yeah. Eight more. Ooh, I got my foot. Ah, man, a little out of breath on that one. Taking a bigger break now. Somewhere in the middle of the yard, there's a small hill I cannot see. And I've been dodging the log when it rolls, but I worried that it was going to hit my foot. And it just clipped the top of my foot pretty good. So this is going to be fun. All right. Got to do my tally. 180. Thank you, Lizzie. You can do it. Yeah. Well, might have broken feet, but I'll be crawling if I have to. All right, let me go do my tally on the board. Woo! All right. Got my tally posted up in the live stream. Got my tally actually tallied on my physical board. And now I'm going to throw on these BFR straps. The hearts are going out to you all. I wish I could like everyone's comment individually and give you all that, but if I can, I don't know how. So hearts into the ethos. Yeah, so BFR straps on the legs. We'll see how tight I can get them. And leave those on for 4 or 5 minutes. Probably just walk around. Let that build up and then take them off and let the blood rush into the area. Thank you for whoever's throwing the hearts up. Weird that I can't tell who's throwing the hearts up, but I see the hearts, so I appreciate it. Already. Yes, Alexandra, already. 180. So we are ahead of schedule. I just clipped my foot really good when the log rolled on it on this last pass. So I'm giving myself a little bit of a break, make sure the foot's okay, do some BFR straps on the legs to let some blood inclusion get into my knees and stuff for the next go. Yeah. And I'm thinking of pushing my big rock into the yard and either sitting on the rock or log all day and not using my fold out chair just to make it a little more rustic in here, but we'll see. We just got to give them one more good tightening after I get them on. So they look kind of funky, but I'm probably gonna walk around like this for about 5 minutes here. There's like a gross bird feather in the yard, so I'm probably gonna pick up that with a tissue and go throw it away. And take about 5 minutes here. Make sure the foot is good. Make sure we get some good time with the BFR straps on. Uh, get that built up, like I said, and then do that blood inclusion. Let it go and let that blood rush into the area where I need it. If I had to pass that gross bird feather 400 more times throughout my day, I might have gone crazy. So, you know, yeah, but and even though I picked it up with the tissue, let's hand sanitize. Cool, cool. Been so anxious about everything. It's like hard to make myself slow down. I haven't taken any of the 10-minute rest time that I had built in between my sets yet. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, if I'm banking up the time for later when I'm really needing it, or if I'm just going to like really burn out. But until it gets warmer out here too, like my 5 a.m. squat club coach and many others said early on, like you don't want the body getting too cold either while doing this. So maybe the bit closer together earlier on when I have the energy and I'm feeling good and it's colder outside is good to keep my body more warm and moving more and everything when I have all that. Now that it's getting warmer, I am going to turn the garage light off real quick and I'll be right back. Take a sip of Gorilla Mine and we're going to do the next set of 20 and get to that 200 before 9 a.m. here. All right. Take a sip of Gorilla Mind and get this next set of 20 in. And then I'm probably going to play with my Berserker bar mace for a little bit to try to occupy myself and do a little bit with my upper body and shoulder mobility to keep it warm, but at the same time, keep it light and try to take more of that rest period I should be taking. So let's get 200. Let's get 200 before 9 a.m. All right. 2 hours in and 200. Yeah. I'll be like almost 40 over pace. I got to take my BFR cuffs off. We'll just do it when the set's over. Oh, my foot again. Dodged it like a ninja. Four more. Right on. 200. Yeah, 200. Man, thank you. Madly can. Or mad lichen, like wolf. Is that from Stronger Human Community? My man, always throwing up the horns. Hey, good to see you. Appreciate it. Just hit 200 before 9 a.m. here. So that's in less than 2 hours, 200 flips. Now I'm taking the BFR straps off. Can't believe I started doing all that with the BFR straps still on. Guess I got a little bit of time and some motion with them in though. So we'll see. Might do that again later, but hopefully that helps the knees and blood flow in the legs overall. All right. Cool beans. All right. Congrats. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. So I just did my set of 20 flips. So now I got to take a break. I have not been taking my 10-minute breaks like I'm supposed to. Don't know if that's a good or bad thing. At least when it's colder, I'm keeping the body warmed up a little more. So maybe it's a good thing while it's colder and while I still have the energy. But to make sure I take a little bit longer break this time, I'm going to mess around with my Berserker bar mace for a little bit. I don't have any weights on this bad boy, but I think the medium-sized one is 14 kilograms by itself. So I don't know. For 25 pounds. Feels weird with gloves on. There we go. Always takes me a few times to get into the swing. And then going the opposite way. Feel a little more natural this way. I don't want to get too wore out doing this or do anything too crazy to myself. But it is a good way to keep the shoulders warm for sure. Oh man. I don't want to do too much of that, but we will be periodically picking that up throughout the day to keep the shoulders warm with a little bit of shoddy 360 mace work. Keep drinking this Gorilla Mind. Might hit over 200 in 2 hours. Man, we got 7 viewers on right now. I think that's a record. I'm pumped about 7 viewers. This is my first ever live stream. So let's do 20 more flips. Why not? Let's try to get to 220 before 9 a.m., before the first 2 hours. I've only been streaming for an hour and 46 minutes, but even though I started late, we're saying we started at 7 because that's when the kiddos left for school. That's my time window. Yep. That's what I was hoping for. Neighborhood people to stop, talk, ask questions. He asked if I was trained for the Highland Games. I said I wish. All right, I think that's 12. Well, I'm tearing up my tree. So that's cool. Won't have to trim it. Just rip it out with another log. Breath. Somehow we're inching further the other way. Can I count those few inches I just lifted and scooted the log? I'm just kidding. 220. Boom. Wife said dad's watching, says hello. Hello, Grumps. Thank you for tuning in. Super cool. It's 9 a.m. and I'm at my first customer's house. Check back later. Hey, I appreciate any time whatsoever that you joined into this live stream, so appreciate it. I do not expect people to watch me yab or flip this log for hours on end. So just checking in every once in a while and making sure all is well and throwing in some words of encouragement goes a super long ways for me. I appreciate it. The likes, the people on the stream, the comments in the chats. I appreciate all of it. So I'm going to go throw away this magnolia branch limb that I ripped out of my tree, flipping the log on this last set during my rest. And I need to throw my 20 tally marks up on my board over there that you all probably can't read with my crappy laptop camera. All right, let's do it. Cedar log ripped the branch right off the magnolia tree. I'll tell you, if we didn't have this magnolia tree that lays these like sharp blooms that are like shrapnel, I'd probably do some of this barefoot. But considering this already rolled on my foot a couple times, maybe not the best idea. Oh, my toddler wants a hug. All right, I got to throw this away and I got to go quickly give my toddler all the hugs. Hold on. All right. A few minute break here. Gotta go give my toddler a hug. That's of the utmost importance. Be right back. So sorry about that. Oh man, 3 viewers hung in there. I appreciate you that hung in there. I had to go in and give my toddler a hug. She's getting ready for preschool. That starts a little later than her sister's. So she'll be leaving here in a bit, and I'll have to cover up the webcam when she's leaving because we don't show our kids' faces on social medias like this. So here in a minute when she's leaving, I'll have to cover this up. But I think I can get another set of 20 in before she has to leave. So let me scarf this down. All right. Again, thank you to those who hung in there while I gave my toddler a hug. And let's get another set of 20 in real quick. And then I might have to cover the webcam for a few more minutes. Apologies. While my wife comes out through here and I help load up our kiddos and the toddler goes to preschool. All right, let's do it. Woohoo! Woohoo! 240. Right on. Biggest of hugs given to my little loves. And we are now on 240 flips in. Right on. All right. Feeling good. The sun is finally reaching over, as you can probably see from the crazy light right here. The sun is finally reaching over the roof. And then I noticed on that set of 20, it was getting a lot more difficult. I also really started to notice that one end of the log is heavier than the other end. So the heavier end is probably wider. It was probably more the trunk of the log, the base of the log, and then it moves up a little bit as it goes up, you know. So one end of the log is heavier and more difficult to flip than the other end. So yeah, that's fun. But when I was less fatigued, I didn't notice that. But now I notice that. So that's kind of crazy. Thank you to those of you on. Thank you for the likes. Again, thank you for the comments, all the kind comments. I'm throwing my numbers in the chat for me, so I don't necessarily have to recount my tallies every time. But also it helps me track here because I can see my last comment was 220. I just did another set of 20, so I know that's 240. But I'm also keeping my tally board down there that I know y'all can't probably see very good, but that's more for me to physically have and keep in case something happens here. And a visual for passersby. I did have one passerby and he was asking what I was doing and if I was training for the Highland Games. So that was pretty cool. And then I got to learn that he was training for a 5K. So a little bit of that community and stuff too. That's what I'm really hoping for. So I'm hoping now that it's starting to get real pretty, it's starting to warm up. I can't see my breath anymore out here. Um, you know, we get a lot of pedestrian traffic. So I'm hoping for more of that as the day progresses. feather in the yard and I'm trying to find it. There it is. Because again, I don't want to have to stare at that for like 360 more flips or whatever. So let me go toss this. All right. And the toddler should be leaving here any minute for preschool, so I'm probably going to hold off on starting another set because I'll have to cover up my camera for that, help load up the two babes for that. And we want to keep them off camera and everything. So I'm in my 10-minute break period after that set for 2:40. And yeah, here in a second, I'll probably be covering the camera. So I sanitize my hands again real quick. Probably need to grab a phone charger. And yeah, all right. Doing good. Also brought a massage gun out here. Probably be using that and feeling that here after the next set or two. And I brought a speaker out here, but I'm not sure like how good this sound is. So I don't want to like blow people up. How's it going? You getting that 5K in?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh man, it's going to be an all day thing.
Oh.
I'm up to 240. I got to get to 604. So yeah, I've been out here since 7. So, but check on me later. Get more steps in and check on me later. So make sure I'm okay and alive out here. Yeah. Give me a honk. I'll know it's you. Thank you. Good luck on your 5K. Love it. Now I'm going to get a honk when he drives by later and he's going to wave. And I like that because every time I see him, I'll have to ask for his name at some point. But every time I see him out now, I can ask him how his 5K went or if he's still training for it. And we have that bit of bonding now, right? So that's pretty cool. I'm happy for that. Y'all coming out? All right. I got to cover the screen. My biscuit's coming out. All right. Give me a... Oh! Really wants to hang out with you. I knew she would. Right. Sorry about that. Toddler is on her way to preschool, so I we covered it up and I helped her load up and say bye to her and everything. All right. Oh, get some new subscribers to the channel. That's cool. I appreciate that. All right. Always down for new subscribers. I was wondering how the YouTube live thing would work again because I've never done it before. If I'd be able to actually stream live my own video, right? And then simultaneously be like watching other people's YouTube videos on a different media device at the same time. And I did it a little bit this morning, started watching an Nsema video, and surprisingly, you can't. So, for any of you that have never done a live stream, you can watch videos on, say, your phone while simultaneously stream your own live stream video on your account at the same time on like a laptop or something on the same account. So, for anyone that didn't know, and you're wild enough to rewatch this later when it posts and you can rewatch it and it's not live, um, there you go. There's some crap. So, all right. 240 in. Yeah, let's go. Let's get 260 in. We're at 923 here now. Can you still see? It's like so bright right here. Is the light terrible? Can you see the log? It's on the far end. I want to make sure if I'm flipping it this way that you can still see it. All right. Well, we'll give it a go. This will be 260. Yeah, we're flipping this log as many times as equates to a mile today.
So you exercise as well.
Yeah, yeah. 604 times I got to flip this log. So, we're at it.
She went to strength faster.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well,
Stay strong.
He's a male. We call you Stampina.
Stampina. I like it. Stay strong, man. Be safe. Ah. Ooh, I think this log is inching closer towards this. I might have to scoot this away. Oh. Ah. Ooh. 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 Ooh, that's the heavier end. Boom. And then I get to double flip the heavier end. Whew. Ah. The heavier end. 20. Woo. Woo. They're getting harder, and we ain't halfway yet. Thank you for that, Mad Lycan. The sun is starting to come over the rooftop here. As you can see, the weird lighting. So I just want to make sure people aren't completely blind to it, especially when it gets closer to the camera this way. Because looking at the laptop this way right now, I'm blind to it with the sun behind it. I don't know if I could shift it a better way. But anywho, that was 260. 260. All right. Been streaming for 2 hours and 20 minutes. 260 flips in. When I get to 302, I'll be at the halfway mark. Not super far from that. So that's pretty cool. So if I can be done before the twins get home at like 2:15 would be the ultimate goal. Because that would be like between 7 and 7.5-ish hours. Probably like 7 hours and 10 or 15 minutes, especially since I started a few late, like 16, 17 minutes late. But if I magically got done before the toddler was done with preschool and got done at like, I don't know, 1:30, 2, that'd be extra awesome. I'm sorry that I keep grabbing tissues. Being out here since 7 and it was in the 30s. My nose runs all the time anyway. Ever since I got COVID a couple of years ago, it never stopped running. But when I'm working out or doing cardio or running or out in the cold, it's like 5 times worse. So apologies. Guy walking by just now during that set of flips was really nice. I was like, man, I always see you out here jamming with your headphones. He's like, you got to move. You got to stay fit. I was like, I feel it, man. I was like, I'm out here flipping this log like a crazy person until it equates to a mile, over 600 flips. And he was like, that's amazing. He's like, so you're out here working out too. And he's like, well, bless you. And may you have all the strength of Samson. And then he's like, well, you know, maybe Samfina for you since you're a girl. And I was like, I like that, Samfina. So may I have all the strength of Samson today. Or me, I'll be Samfina today. So do a few spins on the berserker bar again just to get that like shoulder mobility in, so I'm not just doing the same forward back up motion. I'm getting some rotation in there. Let the heart rate come down. I'm ahead of schedule. I'm supposed to have 10-minute breaks in between each set of 20. I don't think I've been taking them. I'm pretty far ahead of schedule, so I'm going to try to take that full break time this time. And again, I don't expect people to hang in here all day through the monotonous work or listen to me gab all day, but I appreciate the ones dropping in and leaving comments here and there. So, and thanks for letting me know you can still see this log with the light. I might have to reassess again here in 15, 20 minutes because the sun keeps rising and it's really starting to come through the trees. All right. I'm going to listen to a little bit more of Nsima and his post from 9 days ago. about health, truth, and his blood work 2025 analysis at 33 years old. I'm going to listen to some of this and do some Berserker Bar Mace 360s. So, shout out to the 5 a.m. squat club. Shout out to the Stronger Human community. Shout out to my friends and family, uh, in-laws that have called in or tuned in, I guess not called in. Wow, does that age me? That have tuned in. My wife, friend Lizzie, I appreciate it. Got a pup. There's 2360s with my mace. Again, this is the medium-sized Berserker Bar mace. I think it's like 12 kilograms or 14 kilograms. So, yeah, I mean, like over 25 pounds. That's without any weights added to it. But you can add 2-inch plates to this side, and I got a collar for it, or you can add 1-inch plates right here to this side. And then you can add a collar to it, and then the end here also unscrews, and it takes other 2-inch attachments like a hook or whatever, so you can hook it up to a cable machine and use it like a bar on the cable machine. And you can also fill it with shot to add a little bit extra weight and have moving weight and have that audible of the weight shifting and that feel, that feel back too of the weight shifting when you're doing mace work. So I don't want to overdo anything, but I did 10 360s to the left, 10 360s to the right. And, you can do a couple press outs, but I'm not going to do anything too crazy because I'm not even halfway on this log deal yet. And I'm not going to burn myself out doing other crazy stuff. But I think getting some different movement and rotation in there with the shoulder instead of just the same rotation, same movement, the forward and up movement all day, probably good for the health of the shoulder. So I'll be probably doing a couple sets of these every few sets with the log. So I'll throw some of that info in here. All right, I threw that information in the chat. Motion is the lotion. So again, Berserker Bar. You can look it up at theberserkerbar.com. That mace was the medium, 14 kilograms weight. A lot of different options and versatility with that. I'll be doing that just to keep the shoulders warm, get some different rotation and mobility into the shoulders in between log flip sets, keep the shoulders warm, and motion is the lotion. So again, drinking Gorilla Mind, Spartan obstacle course race gloves, the multi 1.0 on my hands for gloves. And I'm listening to Nsima Inyang on the Flow Matrix and his channel just Enzema on YouTube right now. The post he did 9 days ago talking about blood work. And I can't remember if I did my tally for 260. So I'm going to check that. 260. That's why doing it in 2 places seems to be helping me. Marking it in 2 places seems to be helping me, because if I do it in one place and not the other because I get distracted or whatever, I have one or the other to look back. Tally sheet's up to 260. Here's up to 260. I have no idea how long I've rested. Heart rate's back down to 85. So I'm in that zone 2. So I'm probably going to go ahead and do another set of 20 just because I have no idea when I started my rest period. So let's get it. I'll be using power breath, so you'll probably hear me grunting on this one because I am noticing I'm starting to get fatigued. Stop falling in my hair. Four more. Woo! Whoa. Yeah. Right on. 280. Again, more for myself, but if people just tune in and out, they can look at my last comment and see where I'm at too. So twofold there, but it's helping me. Man, I can't believe the next set is 300. That gets me amped to just do it. And then since my yard is exactly 4 flips, I'm kind of thinking of doing 24 flips because I have to do 604. So if I do 24 flips and get to 304, I have exactly 300 flips left, and I'm still ending on an even 4 flips, which is across the yard. So I'm thinking of doing 24 flips on the next go and get to 304 and have a flat 300 left. I'll be over halfway through. So that would be boss. So I'm probably going to put on the BFR cuffs again, BFR straps. I'm sorry. Again, my manual BFR straps again for my legs, and do some more 360s on my Berserker mace bar. And I also whipped out a light band just for some pulsing movement. I might also do for my shoulders and chest a little bit, because right now everything's coming to the front. I'm going up and out, up and out. And then I'm doing that deep squat when I pick up the log. I pick up the log, deep squat, up. So trying to get some other movements in there and keeping the body warm. Motion is the lotion. Keep fluid, keep limber. Let's do the BFR straps. I'll wear these while I'm doing the mace and the bands just during this rest period. I got to remember to actually take them off for this set of 20. Last time I put these on, I forgot to take them off, and then I did a set of 20 with the straps on, which was probably good. It made it burn more in the moment, but probably made the blood rush into the legs better after the fact. All right, let me get it to 11. And then we can get this other side to 10 and a half as well. That way, they're at least being evenly squoze. Tell you what, though, if you do a cardio workout or a body weight workout, or put them on your arms and do some rice bucket or something like that with these bad boys on, it's a whole different ball game. 10 and a half. All right. BFR straps on, both at 10 and a half point. Woo! Give it a pop. Not the smoothest, but we ain't gonna burn ourselves out with that. Berserker bar mace. It's like holding a primal weapon. Feel the ancestors there. All right, and then some pulses with the stretch band. Simple do some pulses, some raises, some things of that nature. Maybe 50 real quick. Woo! The GIFs in YouTube chat are weird. I don't like any of those. Sorry, I'd throw like more cute little emojis in there, but YouTube's emojis are weird. So I didn't really like any of those. And they were all like freaking out. Didn't seem super positive to me. I don't know. I think I'm going to do a few more 360s. Keep these BFR bands on a little bit longer. And then do the set of 24 flips. Not 20, but 24 flips on this next set. So I get to 304. 4 passes is like a full pass through the yard too, so it ends up even in the yard. But if I can get to 304, since my total is 604, I'll have 300 flat left and I'll officially be over halfway done. So I'm going to shoot for 24 flips on this next set instead of 20. So I'm going to do a few more 360s. Do these 24 flips here. Six the other way. Don't want to get too burnt out. All right. Berserker bar. Let's take off these BFR straps this time. I don't want to forget again and have them stuck on me for the set again. All right. So that was my second round with several minutes on with the BFR straps. I'm going to set them back on the stair and then walk over to the log and do 24 flips this time to get to 304 and have a flat 300 left and be over halfway. So let's get at it. Again, using a little bit of a power breath on that, so excuse having to listen to me breathe crazy. Rah. 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 Uh. Rah. Rah. Ah. Rah. Rah. Woo. Rah. 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 Woo. Rah. 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 304. All right, covering this for a second. Halfway. I just did it. I just said 304. Thank you, baby. Oh, like my whole Bebo's hanging out in this one. Taking her. Working on it. Sorry about that. Mrs. came home with the baby, so I had to cover the camera screen for a second because we try to keep their faces off of any public social media. So, but yeah, I just did a set of 24 to make it 304 since my goal is 604. So that puts me at 300 flat left. So I'm officially over halfway through with that set of 24. Yes, thank you for asking. I have kept my feet safe from more hits. Yes, so far, only 2 hits towards the beginning. One was literally like with the second or fourth flip, I hit my toe. Well, one clip got the top of my foot really good, but no more hits since then. I have been a ninja with my feet hopping around. Been a ninja since. Good luck with your next customer. Hope the customers are going well. We just did 24 more flips. Did 24 more flips, equaling 304 total. So far. 304 total flips so far. So I have 300 left. Again, over halfway. So I got to do my tally I guess I'm gonna have to do my tally of 4 like in a different spot so it doesn't throw the rest of the stuff off. Do my tally, box off my set of 300 tallies, put my 4 tallies up somewhere special so I got my board on cue. And yeah, now we're on the downhill slope. And I can tell you, I'm getting more out of breath sooner in my sets, but I've prepared for this like with the tally board because if I can only do a set of 10 or a set of 5, I can keep that tally on that board, and not be spamming here every like 5 or 10 flips because I already feel like I'm spamming enough with the 20 flips. Um, and I can keep my true count on the board. So let me go do my tallies real quick before I forget. And then we're into break a little bit here again. So I'll probably do some more Mace 360s with my Berserker bar. Again, if you have any questions about the Berserker bar or any of the equipment you see me using, or again about this Misogi or the log or why, just, whatever, throw them in the chat. Let me know. I'm going to go do these tallies. Right. I don't know how well you can see that, but I did my tally of 20 and then I did a tally of a random 4 up in the corner and circled it and wrote a 4 next to it. So I am officially at 304 flips with 300 flips left. And that means I am over halfway through. So now I'm going to do some more of my Berserker Bar 360s just to keep that different rotation on the shoulders, keep things a little warm. Motion is the lotion. Keep a bit of different movement in there since I'm doing so many repetitions of the same movement. We'll probably do some more pulses and we'll probably consume a little food because I haven't had anything but a bowl of yogurt since like 6 a.m. this morning before all this started. So, all right. Just keep finding junk in the yard. We'll get that in a minute. If anything, I'm just picking up a bunch of junk in the yard. So there's that. Oh, it's awkward with the hand the other way. Other direction. Oh, man. All right. Again, don't want to burn out too much on that. All right. I'm going to check our mail real quick while on this break and pick up some garbage I see in the yard. Probably need to consume some calories. Mail. All right. Now we're going to lift this 75-pound rock and put it in the yard. And I actually think I'm going to use that as my chair today instead of my fold out chair to kind of keep this rustic, natural vibe going. After that rock lift, I'm going to do some pulses with the bands, and then I'm going to consume some calories and drink some water. I had some water earlier, probably not drinking enough, but I don't want to be just having gorilla mind as good as it is. So yeah, let's get this rock. All right. 75-pound little squat stool in the yard. Don't even know if you can see that with the shade. Might have to move that over closer to the chair or something. Let's get some pulses in. All right. Berserker bar, stretch band pulses. I'm going to move this rock over a little further so it's in the sun and people can see it. I'm going to be using that today instead of my chair. My chair is just going to hold stuff. I'm going to take in a little bit of calories. Maybe move my berserker bar out into the yard too with the rock. And then we'll get into our next set of 20 flips, which will put me at 324 flips. So yeah, we're over halfway. It's great. Sorry, let me. All right. Move this rock because I'm ready to eat something. Berserker bar, hand sanitizer, a little bit of sustenance. Power Up Premium Trail Mix High Energy. This stuff is bomb. It's really good. people checking in on me and stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you all again. Okay, we're going to do the next set of 20 now. Ah, rock and log and berserk. Great work. Enjoy the snack and charge up. Enjoy the sun, and I'll be back later. Right on. Thanks so much for that, Double R or Renee. In case you're already off, I will call you out here. All the goodness. Been doing the bar between sets with flips of the log in case you're already off. All right, next set of 20. I don't even know where I'm supposed to be at this point in time. I believe I'm ahead, so I'm not really worrying about it. But I don't know like where I'm supposed to be. All right, let's do the next set of 20. That'll put me at 324. Yep, let's go. Ooh. 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 Wow. Woo. Another set of 20 down. All right, gonna do the tally. The 324 flips in. So officially over halfway. I'm finding I get more fatigued, especially on the end of the log where it's a little bit wider, which was probably more of the base of the trunk of the tree is a little bit heavier. That's getting a little harder to lift and flip. I'm also noticing that my right knee is starting to have some piercing pains in it, which it's been doing to me for months now. That's why I have my cheap, again, my cheap generic stretched out 5-year-old Amazon knee cuffs. They're not true lifting straps or knee sleeves, but I figured it was better than nothing for keeping the knee warm. So I got those on, but my right knee is starting to act up and ache a little bit, and I'm getting more fatigued, especially on the heavier end of the log. But we are over halfway through. The sun is feeling good. It's starting to warm up more and more and more. Hopefully everybody can still see okay. I'm sorry for the shading. Sun's behind the laptop right now and kind of shining through the trees, so it makes the shade weird. So hopefully you all can see me and the log okay when we're flipping. Um, but yeah, I'm starting to feel it more and more for sure. If the knee wasn't acting up, it'd probably be all right. So we'll definitely keep these knee sleeves on to do what little they're probably doing. It's been so super dry here. Every time I flip the log, like dirt dust is coming up. And then since I mowed a few days ago, like the dry grass and like magnolia bloom debris is like falling off the log every time I like lift it up and flip it, and it's like falling on my head. So I'm glad I took like extra sinus support stuff today. I took some bee propolis spray, throat spray. I actually have some like bee pollen for like sinus and energy and immune support that I'm probably going to take here in a minute. And then I got some allergy eye drops on standby. And then I took my Flonase and my Zyrtec. So welcome to the Ohio Valley, king of the pollens and allergies for the states. But yeah, so I'm going to do a few more Berserker Bar 360s for that shoulder, a few more pulses with the stretch band, try to take my break here between sets since I'm starting to really feel it. Glad I banked up these extra things so I can enjoy this rest a little more. Have a sip of water, and then maybe go for my next 20 after those things. Might have to actually put some shades on too. Guess this was a dumb setup to put this like right in front of the sun. Can you all see the log okay? All right. Mace 360s, Berserker Bar 360. Oh, yes. Crazy. On the back of my pants doesn't zip and actually caught that pocket zipper hanging open. But this thing is literally like a heavy piece of steel with some pretty sharp rivet head on the end. Definitely a weapon, not something you want to get whacked with. So whenever it catches on something like the top of your hair braid or your zipper pocket on the back of your pants, it's like a moment of panic. But there we go. 10 360s to the left and to the right, and a few press outs. Now I'm going to do pulses with this elastic band, get a sip of water, and then probably hop into another set of 20. And another set of 20 will take me to 344. Since I had 604, I did on the set before last a set of 24 to make it a 300 flat left. So maybe I'll start doing a countdown to how many I have left, since that'll be an even number instead of doing my count up now that I'm over halfway. So let's do these pulses. So a guy that just passed by and honked, he told me earlier when he was walking by training for his 5K that when he drove by later, he would give me a honk and wave. So I really appreciate that. Like he did it. We have a bond now. I know what he looks like. We've spoken a couple times. You know, he said he was going to do that and he did. I waved back. I know he's training for a 5K. He knows I'm doing this log flip challenge for myself. And now we have something to talk about next time we see each other in the neighborhood. So I really like that. All right. Shoulders feeling warm. Right on. Let's do another set of 20 in here, yeah? All right. And like I said, I've been doing a count up to 604, but since the count down is now an even number, I'm probably going to start doing a count down to how many I got left. So this will make 344 flips after this set of 20 right here. But you know, right now I have what is it? 280 flips left. So we'll probably start doing a countdown. After this set of 20, I'll have 260 flips left. They're starting to get harder. My knees starting to act up. Probably do the BFR straps after this set of 20. Yeah. Grass and stuff keeps getting in my mouth. Guess I need to close my mouth. Nasal breathe, right? Four more. Come on. Woo! Oh, splinter. Ah, man. 344 flips. Last few sets. I've forgotten to put my gloves back on. So to remind me, I got a splinter pretty much in the same spot I got a splinter several days ago when I did a couple flips out here. And it was like, I should wear gloves. That's a good idea. And then I've been wearing them, and I took them off to eat something. And now I got a splinter right next to where my last splinter was. You seem to be on a steady pace. By Sea Moon Moves Today. Well, thank you for that. Ah, I like the log emoji too. Appreciate that. Yes. Thanks so much. And Savannah, flip that log like it owes you money. Do squats like Zach Fair. Oh, hey, Sav. What's up? Appreciate it. I appreciate you all tuning in and making sure I'm alive and throwing out some positivity into the ethos. So that made for 344 flips in. My goal is 604. All right. So we're seeming to be pretty good on pace. It's 9:28 a.m. Eastern time here where I'm at. The goal is to have this done around 2:15, 2:30-ish before the kiddos get home from school. And I believe I'm way ahead on pace for that, which is exciting and surprising and baffling, as this is not anything I've really trained for. So there was absolutely no expectancy as to whether or not I'd be able to do this or not. But again, log is 8'9". Breaking that down into inches and having a mile and dividing the length of the log by that mile equates to like 603 point some odd flips. So I rounded up to 604 flips. So 604 flips in 7-ish hours or less before the kiddos get home from school. I started at like 7:17, 7:18 in the morning. And again, trying to get done around 2:15-ish p.m. So we have 260 flips left. And let's see, if it's 10:30, I got like what? If I went till 2:30, like 4 hours. So, whoa. 200 and what did I just say? Yeah. 604 minus 344 equals 260 flips left, right? Divided by, we'll do 3.5 hours. I got to hit about 74.29 flips an hour for the next 3.5 hours. So round up to 75 flips an hour for the next 3.5 hours, not counting restroom breaks. I did take a half hour out of there, but I have to stop and cover the screen whenever kiddos come home. So, one of them gets home from preschool a little earlier. I lose a little time there, lunch, recovery breaks, things of that nature. So 260 flips left, about 3.5 hours to go. Ahead of pace so far. Right on. All right. I'm going to take my short recovery break. I'm going to do some more Mace 360s with my Berserker bar out there in the sun. Maybe sit on my rock and sip some water. Enjoy the sun. Take my recovery time. Do some more pulses on the band. Maybe some more BFR strap on the legs for that blood inclusion, so I can get more blood flow rushing into my legs because my right knee is acting up. Yeah, so more of the same old, same old. But again, appreciate those tuning in, even if it's just for a minute and they drop a like or add a comment. Greatly appreciate, greatly appreciate. Thank you, thank you. And I wish, again, that I could like your all's individual comments and give you that activity and stuff on YouTube with the live stream, but I don't think I can. So I just throw some parts out there into the ethos and give shout outs and say thank you, thank you. All right, let me throw this stuff away and do those Berserker Bar 360s and get those BFR straps on. All right. Get my stuff going. Here we go. All right. All right. Some of the strap band pulses. Again, thank y'all for the shout outs. Sorry, catching up on some media stuff. We're about to do our next set of 20. All right. Set of 20 more. Gonna take off these BFR cuffs. What in the world? BFR straps. I'm sorry I keep calling them cuffs. I know that's not what they are. They're manual straps. But BFR straps. I'm doing our next set of 20. So 364 on the next set, right? Yep. I got to figure out if I'm doing a count up or count down, I guess. But here we go. There's 4, and I'm already forgetting to put my gloves on again. So let me put my gloves on real quick and continue on with this set. Since I already got another splinter dang near in the same spot where I got a splinter a few days ago. You'd think I'd learn. All right. So that was my first pass of 4. This one will be 5. Here we go. Whew. Rolls a lot on that one. Right on. 20 more. Boom. 240 left. All right. Right on. Gotta go do my tallies. All right. And maybe check in with the missus. All right. Asking the missus if I'm on pace because she's the one that did my log math for me. Okay. Apologies. Again, I think my nose has never stopped running since I had COVID like 2 or 3 years ago. But also doing cardio kind of makes it run more. And then it's also still kind of cool and breezy out here. So Apologies. All right, I'm gonna sip some water. Um, Take my recovery break. Might mess with the massage gun while sitting on my rock in the sun for a minute. And again, if anyone has any questions about the Misogi itself, about the gear I'm using, what you see me doing, questions about the log or anything like that, let me know. I'm gonna put my tally up, take my recovery break, and hit up the massage gun a little bit on this pass, and maybe do some berserker bar right before I start my next set of 20 flips. I have to say it's pretty cool that you're just discussing insert and keeping track of that and trends over the long term, because I swear I just made a post on that stronger human and we talked about it here. So it syncs up nicely. But I do the same now with keeping and reviewing my blood work and tracking my blood pressure off. So right now I'm just doing the massage gun, the muscle massage gun on my legs during my rest period, especially on my right knee since it's the one bothering me. So I'm just sitting in the sun on my rock, enjoying that. But it's cool. I just finished Nsima's YouTube video he posted about 9 days ago, reviewing his blood work at 33, and he talked about checking your blood pressure and checking it more often and actually watching the trends over long term. So you could be in the green, right? But you could be in the green over the course of 5, 10, 15 years and in the green zone, but trending downward. And I actually just recently made a post on blood pressure and tracking my blood pressure more frequently because you can be in the green zone but still be trending downwards. So it's important to at least catch and recognize that downward trend earlier, right? So you can be able to stop it or reverse it by taking precautionary measures and putting them in place before you hit out of that green healthy zone with your blood pressure. So at our local libraries, we have free blood pressure reading machines, which is really cool and nice. And then a lot of supermarkets that have pharmacies, at least around here, like Walmart and Kroger, have them too. Or whenever you get your annual physicals, which you should be getting with your lab work, or going to the doctor any other time and they take your blood pressure. I track mine in my Garmin app. But if I ever were to stop using the Garmin app, I would take that data over the long term and save it somewhere so I could keep tracking my trends and whatnot. But it's important to do that for health and fitness markers. The missus just came out. Hello, my love. Are you okay to be online? Yes. Good. I'm seeing if you need anything. Probably about lunchtime, isn't it? Sure. What do you have? A big sweet potato. It sounds delicious. I have not the buffalo chicken, but just like, yeah, like sweet potato and chicken and stuff. That sounds really good. I'm eating the last sweet potato, but you can have something else. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have leftover steak? I don't know if I want anything that heavy. Careful. Like some protein's okay, but a lot of protein, can like it's slow to digest, so it can actually slow you down and stuff. Like you get more energy from sugar and carbs. I don't really want to slow myself down. But that's why I had the big yogurt bowl this morning. And I did just have another one of those trail mix things too. The high energy one. I had the antioxidant one this morning. As my like sneaky earlier. I don't know if I want another yogurt bowl. I do have my protein oats in there. I mean, that would be high protein, but maybe I could take any carb with that. I guess oats are carb, so it's like carb and protein milk. I mean, it's not hot out here, but I don't really feel it is gross. I don't think it's I already had dairy with my yogurt and I feel fine. Fruits and veggies. Yeah. There's a lot of fruits and veggies. Are the carrots still frozen? Oh, there's so much debris in my hair. Oh my god. Yeah. There's so much debris. Well, from where I mowed a couple days ago, every time I lift this log up, debris just falls on my head. Oh, yeah, you didn't realize that. And then I was like, I went to get the carrots out for our toddler's lunch this morning, and it was like brown soup. It's like brown soup because they were frozen and brown soup carrots. So I threw them away. That's disgusting. But we have like a new bag. We have new carrots. She didn't mean to. Oh, I know. It was funny. It was funny. Yeah, maybe I'll have some carrots and my oats and maybe like a half peanut butter sandwich or something. But yeah, I was like, man, maybe I should have wore a hat instead of like braiding my hair because now there's just a bunch of crap in my hair. So yeah. Well, how is my pace? Like, what time do I have for lunch? So did I count this last bit? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mimi. don't think we factored
Mimi
lunch.
chimed in.
What did it-
She said you're doing great.
Okay. Yeah, you're ahead of pace. I mean, at where you're at now. So what are you at now?
366 flips. I have 240 left.
Yeah, you're like way ahead of pace from what we calculated you at. So if you took a lunch, like you'd be
See, the
fine.
missus has kept my thing. Do you want to like call yourself and call the baby and sit out here and have lunch with me?
Well, she's not fully down, so I gotta
Oh.
go back in
Oh,
there. She
okay.
was down until a later time. So.
Okay. Well, let me grab my phone. I am going to take a quick break. I don't know. I guess I should leave this streaming. I'll just throw in the chat. I'm going to take like a 10, 12, 15-minute break. I don't know. I'm going to eat lunch. So I may come out and sit on the rock in the sun like a lizard and eat my lunch. But yeah. Lunchtime. Why is my chat being so weird? Thank you, Mad Lycan. Thank you, Mimi. Thank you again, everyone tuning in. Man, there's 5 people on right now. I feel like I need to do another set of 20 before I eat lunch. Just because so many people are on. All right. We're going to bust out a set of 20 in this next 3 or 4 minutes here. Since my wife's heating up her sweet potato and stuff right now. Anywho. And then I'm going to run in there and get my lunch. Only be in there for a few minutes, grabbing some lunch, and then I'll probably come out here and eat in the sun, and hopefully she can come out with me and enjoy some. So yeah, let's get a set of 20 down real quick, just since we got people on, and then we'll go. All right. I have no idea where my phone is or anything. Well, let's just screw it. Or more.
Woo! Yeah. All right. Right on. All right. Now I'm going to do my food. Right on. All right. So we are 386 flips in, 220 flips left. Going to eat for 15 or so minutes now. Right on, ladies. Ladies. I'm so used to saying that for my kiddos. Right on, everybody. Be right back. Find my phone.
All right. I'm going to do the rest of my lunch out here on the rock like a lizard. But I had a big old handful of blueberries. I had some bee propolis pollen for allergies and sustainability and like energy support. I got my apple and I got my oats overnight. So this one's carrot cake oats. It has 20 grams of protein. It's 260 calories, and then it has oats. We got carb, we got protein, and I put it in 5 ounces of skim milk. I'm not really sensitive to dairy, so shouldn't really mess with me. And I got my water. Yeah, so apple, blueberries, protein oats, 20 grams of protein, more protein in the milk, carbs with the oats, carbs with the apple. Got my water, and then my bee propolis for energy and sustainability and sinus support because I'm out here with this dust every time I'm flipping this log. Dirt and leaves and grass and magnolia bloom debris is falling on my head, and 'tis the season. I'm outside all day, so I got that for a little bit of sinus support. But I'm gonna take 5 or 10 minutes here and sit in the sun on my rock out here like a lizard and eat my lunch. Maybe do a little more massage gun. Listen to some YouTube videos on my phone without my earbuds in because I like that. And then we will get back to flipping. So I'll take my gloves down here too.
Kayla. She went down? Oh, I think. Did you? Kept coming around to like throw random stuff at what he ate. I didn't. This little cord right here can go in too. This is the extra cord that's like the same thing. Okay. That I grabbed 2 of.
All right. That's probably the biggest break I've taken all day. So I'm going to throw away my lunch trash and put on my gloves and do 20 sets. I got my beautiful wife sitting there eating her gorgeous lunch in the sun next to me. So supportive. Love her. She's done all my log math and supported me in this crazy mess and everything. Greatly appreciate her, as well as everyone else calling in. But she's the one that allowed me to do this and helped me with all the math and was keeping me company and tuning in and texting me and checking in. So couldn't have done it without her. All right, throw this away and get to the next set.
Maybe if she's still asleep, I'll come back out here. But if she's not, I'll be in.
After that log math, I'll probably have her reassess some of my pace and where I'm at too after that break, because that was the biggest break I've taken. So I'll probably have her do a little bit of reassessing for my log math and if I'm on pace and everything to get done on time too. Yeah, gonna put these on. She's checking on the babe. Maybe she'll come back out if the baby's actually down. And we will get started on our next set of 20, which will take us to 200 flips left after this set of 20. Right on. 200 flips left out of 604 flips total. So we're making do. Thank you. It's a. I love it. Thank you for having lunch with me. You're welcome. Sorry it was short. Oh, it's okay. I love you. Love you too. Oh, B. After this, I'll have 200 left. Could you reassess the log math for me and see how many I gotta do an hour? Yeah. To be done by 2:15. You can just text it to me. You don't have to stay out here. Okay. But I gotta do this. It takes me about 4 minutes. So it'll be like 11:33. Huh? You'll have 200 left? I'll have 200 left in like 5 minutes. Okay. Does that look like it's going to hit the computer when it comes down like that? Oof. Raw. Woo. 200 left. Right on. Woo. Gonna go do my tallies. Gonna go do some mace work, some stretch band work, maybe some more BFR straps or massage gun or something like that during this rest. So let's go get the tally up. Right on. All right. So in the beginning, to go from 7 to 2:30-ish, I needed 83, 84 flips an hour. I started at 7:17, so 17 minutes later than anticipated. But my pace has been so good, it's dropped from needing like 83 flips an hour to only 67 flips an hour to be done by 2:30. So the goal now is to be done before 2:30 so I can have everything cleaned up and I can do some reflections and whatever, and maybe answer any questions anybody throws up in the chat or anything like that after the fact. So, yeah, we're on pace, 67 an hour to get done by 2:30. So the goal now is probably to have this done by 2, maybe earlier, because the pace is so good. Again, if you have any questions, throw them in the chat. And I will put that up there too, so people that tune in can see that whenever they tune in. But yeah, any questions on anything, the gear I'm using, the Misogi and what it is, how I came up with this challenge, info about the log, the distance, the flips, whatever. But we're doing as many flips based on the length of this log that equates to a mile in 7 to 7.5 hours. But it's going really well, so it's probably going to be less than 7 hours. So I have a few minutes here for a recovery stint. We're to 200 left, which means I've flipped it 404 times. 200 flips left to equal 604 flips. And it's going to be done probably in less than 7 hours, which is way better than anticipated. So that's awesome. We're going to do a little bit of recovery now, like I said. I'm going to do some Mace 360s on my Berserker bar. Nothing too crazy. I don't have any plate weights added, so it's like 14 kilograms by itself, just to get some different motion in on the shoulder, some pulses and arounds with the elastic band, and maybe some more BFR cuff for that blood inclusion. And again, to get the blood flowing into my legs good, to keep everything feeling good and lubricated. Motion is the lotion. So let's do that recovery now. How is the knee? Oh, thanks for asking, Mimi. The knee is eh. Depending on my movements, it has like a pain, like kind of just like a sharp twinge, and then it goes away. It's been bothering me off and on for several months now. But Um, I did some massage gun therapy on it before lunch and after lunch, and I'm going to do some BFR straps to kind of get more blood flowing into the leg. And then I'm also wearing some cheap knee sleeves. They're probably stretched out and they're not worth much, but it's better than nothing to try to support the knee a little bit and keep it more warmed up. But all these deep squats to grab the log and then lift the 85-pound log, especially on it down like this every time to lift it and then pop it up like this, almost like a clean, right? And then push it up and over is really getting to me, that movement over and over again. All right, so let's do some mace work, I think is what I'm going to get into now. All right. Just like I said, some more BFR strap for blood inclusion. Apologies for blowing my nose. So sorry. Some Mace 360s with the Berserker bar again. Been doing that between a lot of my sets. And some stretch band impulses. And then the behind the back rotations, couple knee highs, just in the sleeves. We're going for another set of 20 now. And that's my new 5K buddy that I met honking at me out there. So that's awesome. Throw a heart out. Thanks for checking in on me, Mimi. Appreciate it so much. And we are going for our next set of 20. Our next set of 20 will bring us into the hundreds. Only 180 flips left out of 604. Our next set of 20 will bring us into the hundreds. So here we go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. No. You hear me doing the power breath on the initial up and clean with the log, and then I'm trying to nasal breathe after. Four more. Right on. Right on. All right. 220 flips left. 386, 404. So that was 424 flips. I think I got off on my tallying, but I have kept up with it here. I just got off on my box. So 424 flips. So 180 flips to go. Right on. All right. I need to fix my little tally stuff. Woo! All right. 180 to go. 424 flips in out of 604 flips needed to flip this sucker for a mile. Right on. Right on. Shoo. And my wife texted me, these pears are delicious. Oh, and I just sent her the weirdest emoji because I couldn't see what it was. Of a raccoon eating some marshmallows and M&Ms or something. That was weird. All right, I'm going to plug in my phone. I believe this is charged up now, but I don't know if I'm going to use it. So I'm just going to put this back in the back and charge my phone. And it's really starting to warm up here. So I actually think I'm going to go get changed into a tank top, which should only take like a minute. And I will be right back out here. So I'm going to go get a tank top and change, maybe even change into some socks, kind of thick tube socks. So we're going to change into some ankle socks and a tank top because it is warming up, my friends. Full sun now, full sun overhead. I welcome it. I welcome it. So we just did another set of 20 like a minute or two ago. So I'm on my 10 or so minute rest in between. But I appreciate those coming in and out, tuning in and out, and throwing up the likes and the emojis and the words and stuff of encouragement in the chat. I appreciate all of it very much. Thank you. And keep it coming because I really feel like it's helped fuel me and keep me going today. I really do appreciate it. So I'm going to go get changed real quick into some new weather appropriate attire and be back for my next set of 20. 180 left. All right. All right. I'm on my break period, but I also needed to change into a short sleeve shirt and short socks, which all my short socks are out here. So got to change into my short socks. And then we can do our next set of 20. Keep chipping away. And the goal now is to get done earlier than like 2:15, 2:30-ish. I'm shooting for 2 or maybe earlier than that. We're going to keep chugging along. Get the socks. Go for the next set. All right. Gloves on, tying the shoes. Next set of 20 coming up. Ugh. Whew. All right. Next set down. I'll say it's getting harder. It's getting harder. All right. All right. Another set down. Where is Val? Okay, I'm back. How are we doing? We are doing excellent. Another 20 down takes us to 444 flips and 160 to go. If I'm shooting for that goal of 230, I'm way ahead of pace. If I'm shooting for the goal of 2 now, I'm still ahead of pace. So I'm doing really good. Is my camera angle still good on this? Lord. Can you all see? Is that better? I have no idea. All right. Yeah, so hopefully you all can still see good. Hopefully that's showing up well for you. I'm looking into the sun, so it's hard. So if anyone's online and wants to give a shout if like this angle's okay and if you can see the log and me okay, especially when I'm flipping, that'd be great. But we're doing great. We're still on pace. Is your phone plugged into a house line or are you on battery? It's my laptop and it's plugged into a charger. Why? Is everything okay? Can you all still see and hear me? I can see your video angle looks good. Thank you for that, Mimi. I can see your video angle looks good. Very good. And then I see you're asking about the phone being plugged into the house line or are you on battery? So I guess just let me know if everything's okay. Is it streaming okay? Can you hear me okay? Can you see okay? Do you have any recommendations? Is anything going on? But this is a laptop and it's plugged in, like hardwired in to an outlet. But I am on my Wi-Fi and outside, but it's at the corner that's next to the corner where my router is in the house. Angle is great. We can see. Cool. And I'm guessing you can hear me since y'all are answering my questions. So that's cool. But yeah, knee's a little tweaky, getting random sharp pains in my right knee here and there. It's been doing that for like months. So that was my biggest concern going into this was, will my knee hold out? But we got 160 flips left out of 604. So I'll be darned if I give up now. So I'm keeping the knee sleeves on to try to keep them warm and supported as well as possible. And I just did another set of 20 just a few minutes ago. And so I'm taking my little rest period. I'm going to do some 360s with my Berserker Bar mace and then walk around a little bit and get at my next set of 20. Yeah, so we're doing good. Way ahead of pace. We're definitely going to make it way before the 230 mark, probably even before the 2 mark. Yes, it was curious since it's such a long live. We see great and streaming is perfect. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, it is a long live. So I wanted to know like how it was looking and everything. I can't listen, but I'm pretending that you are saying something epic. Oh, that's hilarious. Good to know. All looks and sounds great. Thank you. And you're hilarious, Mimi. And I am saying something epic. JK. All right, let's do some Berserker Bar. Hi, everybody. Keep the angle looking good, hopefully. I'm facing full sun when I'm looking at you all, so I can hardly see, but I'm hoping that means you can see me really good. baby. Hold on, I gotta kiss my baby. Baby slowly. He's like, what is happening? She is like, what is happening? Had to kiss my baby. Again, I don't want to get too burnt out on that Berserker bar mace work. So it's easy to do because that sucker's 14 kilograms. So I don't want to do that. But yeah, we are taking a minute. I don't know if I'll take the full rest break this time either. I feel like I'm like on the final countdown almost, so I'm getting anxious. I'll tell you what, if I still feel good after these next 2 sets of 20 and I only got 100 left, if I still feel like this and I feel like the knee's okay, I'm probably going to put on the 15-pound weight vest and do this with the 15-pound weight vest on. So thank you all. I appreciate it. I appreciate I can't like individual comments or I would, but I can send some hearts out into the ethos on this thing if my mouse actually works, which it isn't. So that's cool. What is wrong with this thing? And see, I brought an actual like wireless mouse out here for this reason, and then I never hooked it up. Throwing hearts out there. Thank you all. And if I can put that in the chat, and let's do the next set. All right. Again, if I get down to 100 and I'm feeling like this, I'm going to throw on the 15-pound weight vest. But let's get through these next 2 sets of 20 first before I'm put my own foot in my mouth. So yeah, rock on. Let's keep listening. Zone out. Here we go. 4 more. Ooh. Ah. Ah. Another set of 20 down. Oh. Oh. I just saw the CH. I'm having a really hard time seeing this screen looking into the sun. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Mimi, both. Another 20 down. Whew. All right. So that takes us what to 464? Yes, 464. 464 flips. And that's 140 to go. Right on. I'm saying something epic. Ooh. Just finished another set of 20. Got 140 flips to go. So yeah, I think that's right math. I got my tallies over there. 20. Yeah, that's right. 464 flips in. Right on. Right on. So 5. Yep. Perfect. 140 flips to go. Gonna do a few more Berserker 360s. I was only doing a set of 6 and 6 last time. I think I'll do 8 and 8 this time. I don't want to wear my arms out on the 14-kilogram mace, but I do think that rotation's been helping. More pulses with my resistance band. Then I'll probably do a couple minutes of massage gun therapy on my knee, and then we'll hop into that next set of 20 there. All right. All right. Berserker bar 360s and press outs, sets of 8, and a couple of spinal rotations. Did the pulses with the band. Now I'm going to do, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes of massage gun therapy on my right leg and knee since it's really been bothering me. And that's the main point of concern for these last bit. Oh no. What is happening? For this last bit here. What is happening? Sorry if I just made the live stream weird, but my mouse is on the fritz, so I'm probably going to use it as little as possible, unless I can plug in my wireless here. So let's do that next. All right. There we go. Sorry, rearranging a little here. You'd feel like it'd be completely settled at this point. All right. Sorry about that. Hopefully angle is still well for all. Great. I have a much more reliable mouth now. Hopefully nothing weird happens with the live stream. Okay. All right. Looking at the time on my watch, we're going to do 3 minutes of massage gun therapy on my right leg and then get to the next set of 20 flips, which will take me to 120 left after that next set.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Ah. Mhm. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Ah. It's getting hard here. It's getting hard here at the end. 184 flips in. 120 to go. Woo! We're doing good. We're doing really good. I feel like y'all have stuck in there. I've pretty much had at least 1 to 2 viewers all day long. I think I only had like a 2-minute period where nobody was streaming. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive. I really appreciate you all calling. Guys, I keep saying calling in. My bad. Tuning into this stream. I know it's been extremely long, like all day. We're going on, says 5 hours and 24 minutes up in the corner streaming. So it's a pretty impressive stream too. But oh man. Sorry. Yeah. So I got 120 to go. I'm in my rest period. Just finished a set of 20. Probably give it 5, 6 minutes and hit it again.
We're way ahead of pace. Goal was to finish by 2:30 or so before the kiddos got home from school. Then I bumped it up to 2. We're just going to see how it goes because I think I'm ahead of pace for 2 as well. So, yeah, it's going really good. I'm also getting texts from family. So that's really awesome. Thank you, everybody, again. Texting me, tuning into the stream, dropping likes, dropping comments, leaving hearts, or reviews, or shares, or just sticking around on the stream for a while. I really appreciate it. So, all right. I'm just gonna do a couple loops around the yard walking, throw away my millionth tissue of the day, and then we might hop into another set here soon. And if I am still feeling good after that next set, for the last 100, I might be throwing on my 15-pound weighted vest. So let's get through this last one. That'll take me to my last 100 flips out of 604. And yeah, I'll be putting the weighted vest on. If knee is still feeling good after that last set of 20 and the heart rate comes down, we'll assess. So just take a couple of minutes here. All right. I will be back in like 1 minute. And then I'm just going to walk a couple circles in the yard and hit my next set of 20. And like I said, that'll take me to 100 flips left. We'll have done 504 flips after that next set of 20. So be back in 1 minute and then a couple loops and then we'll flip.
All right. Grabbed my 15-pound weighted vest. So if I feel good after this last set of 20 here, for the last 100, I'm going to wear a weighted vest. Yeah. Set that over here. We'll assess in a minute. All right. Walk a couple loops around the yard. Hit this set of 20. Right on. Sorry about that. Some bug on my thing. All right, let's get to the next 20. Let's go.
100 left. Thank you. Moon moves today. The picture's tiny and it's in the sun, so I can't see exactly who that is. But thank you. I appreciate it. Awesome. All right, so that was 20 more flips. So that takes us to 504 flips. We are officially in the last 100. Officially in the final 100. And if I feel good by the end of this recovery period right here, I'm going to slap on my 15-pound weight vest and wear a 15-pound weight vest for the last 100 flips, just because I'm way ahead of par and I feel like I'm slaying this challenge. So I just want to amp up the final 100. I mean, my knee's bugging me a little bit. I'm getting fatigued a little earlier on in my set of 20, but I'm still completing sets of 20. And I'm in the last 100 now. So I'm going to up the bar a little bit. In my last 100, I'm going to wear a 15-pound weighted vest. I'm just going to let my heart rate come down and enjoy this last recovery, and then switch over to the 15-pound vest for the last 100. That's right, last 100. And I'm going to slap on my 15-pound weight vest just to up the ante a little bit on this last 100. So I'm in recovery now. I haven't been taking the 10-minute recoveries very frequently, but I'm going to do a little bit of Mace 360s again with my Berserker bar, maybe a couple of walking laps around the yard and some pulses with the band, and then put on the weighted vest, 15-pound weighted vest, and bring that down into the double digits with this next set of 20. Yeah.
All right. Last 100. Put on the 15-pound weight vest. All right. We're going to try a set of 20 with this and see how it goes. But I'd really like to keep this sucker on until I'm done with this challenge now, since I'm way ahead of pace. Besides getting fatigued a little sooner, things feeling a little heavier, and the right knee tweaking with some pain here and there, I'd say overall I'm feeling pretty good, especially since if I wanted to, I could take like a 20-minute break. So my heart rate is back down into the low 90s, high 80s. So we're going to try a set of 20 and keep going and try to rock it with this vest now. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ooh, that heavy end. When I got to flip it 2 times in a row this way. Woo. Ah. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ah. Oh, yeah. Ah. Ah. Ooh. Definitely getting hard in the last 100. All right. I'm going to do my tallies. Whew.
All right. I'm going to keep this weight vest on now till the end, even if I'm in my rest and recovery in between sets. We're wearing the vest till we're done. So I'm going to run in and get more water real quick and be right back. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mimi. If anything, I hurt myself the most in the first couple hundred when the log rolled and it landed on top of my foot after rolling. I mean, I'm wearing my hiking shoes, which are probably the most robust shoes that I own, but it's not like they're steel toe or boots or anything like that. So, other than that, I've been okay. I'm gonna get some water. All right. Got more water. Sorry about that. On to my last one. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Mimi. Yes, home stretch. So the last 100, we're wearing the 15-pound vest. So I just did my first set of 20 with the 15-pound vest on, and I got 80 more to go. So that four more sets of 20 if I could do it. If I need to break out a couple sets into 10, that's fine. That's why I got my tally, and I'm throwing it up here too. Both have been very helpful in different ways. I was out of water, so still very much on pace. Still doing real good. Again, I appreciate everyone that's been popping in and out of the live stream today. Greatly appreciate it. Any and all support. It's been very motivating, and I'm very appreciative. I do feel like in the beginning it was really keeping me energized. You know, everybody popping in and doing all that. All right. Hold on, I want to make sure I'm good here. All right. We're going to get into the next set of 20. I haven't taken much recovery, but maybe I'd take a couple more minutes of recovery and just do some light walking around the yard with the weighted vest on because my heart rate's still like 110. I want to make sure I'm in that good zone too. So I'm just going to do a couple easy walking laps. No berserker bar this round. I got the weight vest on, so walking some laps is good enough. So let's do a couple circles and then we'll do our next set of 20.
the other direction. And then we'll get into our next set of 20. All right. Let's get into that next set of 20. Will be my second set of 20 with the 15-pound weight vest. Been streaming for 5 hours and 53 minutes. And some of that was just me setting up in the morning too. Probably didn't get started till 7:30. So, all right, here we go. Yeah. Ah! 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 Mm. Ah! I honestly don't know if that was 16 or 20. So I'm just going to do 4 more and call that 20 just to be safe. Ah! Ah! All right. I'm so close. Keep it up, B. Thank you, love. Thank you all. I appreciate that. I feel it. 60 to go. 60 to go. Got my tally kept up. All right. I may have done 4 extra on that one. I was either right on 20 or I did a 4 extra because I couldn't remember if I was on 16 or 20. So I went ahead and did 4 more. So there might even be some bonus in here.
But until that pass, I've kept up with my count really good. I'm very confident. But if somebody wanted to be picky and crazy, they could always go back and rewatch all this mess and count. But it's 604 flips. I've done sets of 20 and I've kept up with it really good. And then I did my bonus set of 4 just to even up my number about halfway in. Ah, good stuff. Right. Okay. We'll do some Berserker bar this round. And we'll do some BFR straps probably for the last time. Probably won't do it for the rest of this. So BFR straps, Berserker bar, and then maybe walk a couple loops around the yard and hit the next set of 20. All right. That's probably my last round of doing the Berserker bar too, because with the vest on, I clipped the vest a couple times. And honestly, if you get thrown off in mid swing with that weapon, it's a little scary. So probably not doing that anymore either now that I'm wearing the vest. But yeah, I'm going to do a couple pulses, 2 loops around the yard, and hit my next set of 20, which will take me down to 40, which is insane. We're almost done, yo. Insane. Okay. All right. Baby's about to come out, so I'm about to put the box over the camera for a minute. I'm just going to do a walking loop around the yard, help baby get loaded and say bye to them while they go pick up the kiddos. And I got to get this stuff done before they come home. I know. Yes. All right. Babo is loaded up. Babo is mad, but she is going to pick up her big sisters from preschool and kindergarten. All right. So I'm gonna hit up this next set to take me down to 40. We're getting into crunch time, but still looking pretty good. This should totally be feasible. All right. Here we go. Next set of 20 will take me down to 40.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna be block off. I have the yard with the deer that I'm trying to.
Love when you dress the deer.
That makes, yeah, I'm doing my best to have fun with them. I'm inheriting.
So they love it. They all do.
Yeah, no, I'm.
Oh, yeah.
We're all the boats.
Oh, yeah, it's a little faded. We need a new one. Yeah. So wife and I
We got 4 girls. No. Right. So it's Valley. Dallas. My brain's working. Yeah, Marie. Or my nicknames. Max. I'm better with nicknames. So I'll try to. Yeah, kind of like Max. It's hard to do something because, I've been away for 20 years. So now we're totally outside of my community here and I don't know how to like integrate. It's not good. Yeah, say. Right. It's like super hard. But every year when we do have the little like drive test here, I do marching and yeah, nothing this and that's so because I had yeah, well, we missed it because so yeah, I'm going through another thing and I'm just flipping along. It's my wife thing from years. That every year I try to put together something to really count. I gotta work on something for Thanksgiving. Except but I bought a lot of stuff in but yeah. So far it's been so the Louisville just wants me in football, so I'm ready to take it down. It makes me totally mad. I did hear they won their basketball game against UK though. Yes. So there's that. Yeah, so notoriously like our football team is not very. Yeah, we're both UFL. I'm an alum. Sorry about this episode. Let's carry on. And I look forward. Well, nice to meet you. Hey, have a good walk.
Happened to my podcast. All right. 8 more. Woo! Woo! Met another person in the community. I love it. This lady's messing up the timeline. Man, it was great. It was great. We got the strength and power, double R. Thank you. I'm doing the power breath too to at least get that initial log clean up. But Yeah, met a lady. She's actually part of the LGBTQ community and new to this neighborhood since January. And she let me know what house down the street she lives in. And it's pretty cool because I knew exactly what house she was talking about because they dress up these like deer statues in the yard and the kiddos always love it. So that's exactly the kind of stuff I was hoping for being out here all day. I've met a couple people in my neighborhood. It's been super nice. Everyone stopped to talk. I love that. So, all right, we are down to 40. I only got 2 sets left, yo. I'm going to put my tally up. We're going to see if I can keep going. Crank out the next 20 with a little bit shorter break. See how it goes. All right. All right. Feel like I got a bit of a mid rest in that last set, getting to meet some people in the neighborhood. So, oh, thank you. Thank you, Double R. Good night. Rest well. Can't wait to see you in the Stronger Human community tomorrow. All right. Let's get to it. Let's hit up the next 20. I'm ready. Think I'm ready to be done. I'm feeling antsy. I'm feeling amped. So, let's see here. Hold on. This is weird. It like skipped my progress in this video. Yeah, I guess. All right. Let's do it. Let's go. Next 20. Then I'll be on my last set. Almost done. 5 a.m. squat club. I got 40 left. It's been good. On the last 100, I slapped on this 15-pound weighted vest. So for the last 100, I'm wearing a 15-pound weighted vest. We've been doing some mace work in between, some banded work. I've been using my BFR straps on and off. And yeah, been good. Right leg gets a little tweaky, but that's been going on. So we're going to get into my last 2 sets. After this set of 20, I only got 1 set of 20 left, only 20 flips left. So let's get this one done. Yeah. Getting to meet people in the community. Love it. Let's go. Ah, 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 ah. There's 8. Ah, ah, ah. Woo. Ah. I'll stop. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm doing a really weird challenge right now. So
Let's be fun. I'm sorry, I'm being
very good. Ah! 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 Mm. Ah! Oh, yeah. I'm almost there, man. I got 20 left. I'm so close. All right. That's 20. Ah, last 20. Tally is up. After this next set, we're good. Easy. Yeah, thanks, man. Joking. I would say it has been a challenge, especially like the last 200, maybe 260 when my knee started acting kind of weird. And then especially this last 100, I'm having to like grunt and use that power breath a little more, especially with the 15-pound weighted vest on. I could tell you if I had this on the whole time, definitely don't know if I would have made it. But now I'm trying to fight the clock. Originally, I wanted to be done by 2:30. It's now 1:27, and I'm trying to be done before my wife picks up the toddler from preschool, because then I can actually go and pick up the twins with her and all of them at kindergarten. So I will have beat myself by like an hour if I can get it done in the next 3 minutes, which really motivates me to go and do this last set of 20 now. And then I can text the missus and I can reflect and I can be done and I can be proud. So let's get it done. Last 20 now. Let's go. Let's go. It knows I'm almost done. It knows I'm almost done. Knees freaking out. 5. Ah! Ah! Taking less for recovery time. Definitely a difference. Last day. Ah. 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 Last one, let's go! Ah! Ah. Woo! Yes! That's it! Woo! 1:30 on the dot. 6 hours, 23 minutes. Flipped my log 640 times. 604 times. 85-pound red cedar wood log. Done. Done. Woo! Done an hour early. Done with a 15-pound weight vest on the last 100. Yes. Yes. 6 flips. 85-pound log. Rolling. Frosty in the morning. Grass and log covered with frost. Cold, seeing my own breath. Out in the elements. Ended up being a beautiful day. Thankful for that. But I am done. I see my wife on there. Claps, heart emojis. Thank you so much, B. If you're watching this, then you know I'm done. So if you have time to come get me to pick up the big girls, I'm done before they're even done with kindergarten and their day at school. I can go and pick up my kiddos. Not only did I get done before they got home from school, I'm going to go pick them up from school because I was done an hour early. I was done with 15-pound weight vest added on for the last 100. I did it. And now I'm going to get a couple bonus flips in here just to get this thing out of the yard because I think it's supposed to rain tomorrow. So some bonus flips. Whew. I'm going to put my tallies up. I'm going to go circle it. I'm going to go write 6:04. I'm going to write the time. Start around 7:30, ended at 1:30. All right. 6 hours. All right. We did it. We did it. We did it and then some. We did it and then some. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Well, I finished. I'm done. Done at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Finished in 6 hours. Flat with a 15-pound weight vest on last 100. Right on. An hour ahead of schedule. I'm going to go do my tallies. I'm going to go start cleaning up some stuff. Waiting for my wife, hopefully headed back home to come get me so I can go with her to pick up our girls. Super pumped about. And tonight we're going to go put Christmas ornaments on the Christmas tree. They're going to be super pumped about that too. And I can't wait to hear about their school day. Coming home and hearing about their school day is like the best part of my day. It really is. All right, let's do this tally. Let's bring this board that y'all probably can't see from back here up here and look at these tallies. Although I tracked in this chat, I did keep a physical tally. Look at all those beautiful tallies if you can see them. 604 flips in 6 hours. Log flips for 1 mile equals 604 flips based on the length of the log. I will say it definitely got hard in like the last 200. My knee started flipping out. I started getting fatigued earlier on in my set of 20. And then I was taking shorter rests in the end, hoping to pick up my girls from kindergarten. And I threw that weighted vest on for the last 100. It got super challenging, but I did it. That was a good misogi. All right. Well, nothing fun left here. VMP's misogi 2025. Log flips equate to 1 mile within a time frame. Aced it. Done. Ending stream. Thank you all for the support. Thank you for the support. Aced it. Later, everyone. Have a good rest of your day. Happy Monday.